Actually, I must thank you very much for that opportunity. Yes, I must say that this has um, actually caused a lot of distress, not only to the general public, but to all the healthcare workers in the world, because you see the amount of distress it has brought. I know people are struggling all over the world, socially, psychologically, and economically. A lot of them have lost their lives. And we often forget the real people around at the back of the scene who are struggling there with the PPE on. And if you go and look at, what is happening there, it is very distressing because they take about 20 minutes to put on the personal protective equipment, and the way they don and they doff, it is a very, very distressing situation. What more looking at patients every day, treating them. And the worst that some of my colleagues reported to me was, during the COVID, was the fact that, a lot of them didn't have their families around. Even to say goodbye, some of them lost their lives, and the healthcare workers said that, it was very, very distressful to see that they were treating them and they lost them, and they didn't even have the family members looking at them or sending them off. They said that was the most pathetic thing that led them to become so distressed. When I had heard that, I put myself into their shoes. As you rightly said, we are all human beings, and we must not forget that, anything can happen anytime, So I think that we need to always remember the people who are behind us, treating us, and a lot of them have lost their lives all over, whether it be Indonesia, Malaysia, UK, America, and always remember that whatever happens, there are people who have sacrificed their lives. And I must say that, a lot of people, even among the public, are suffering. The hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives too. So let's all get together, and see what best we can do for everybody. What the message I have at the end of the day is that whatever government prescribes to every country, I want to call upon all the people who had the conference here to convey the message that at least they should listen to all the SOPs that are provided by the government. Every government means good to their public. They don't want the people to be distressed, and they don't want them to lose their lives. It adds a lot of burden to the healthcare services, whichever country it may be.
Yes.
So I call upon to all the people who are listening here as healthcare workers, paramedics, please disseminate this information to everybody around you, because there will always be people who don't know enough. They don't know what are the implications and all that. So let's get together at this moment and ensure that we help every government to reduce the stress and strain on everybody. Thank you very much.
Yes, Professor, that was very correct. We have Mr. Fatoni from Sriwijaya University. He has a question to you. He said that he would like to ask about the 7 keys. The question is how to implement those keys in our neighborhood, for people around him.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I will go back to that slide here. Okay, actually these keys are already there as part of the psychological first aid. Okay, so when you prepare, if you're willing to prepare the psychological first aid and provide it to your public or your workers, you can go to the websites, because there are a lot of websites that are providing everything about the psychological first aid. You see, so that's why I've given all the references here. You can go to my references at the back of my slides, and they have given you all these components that you can incorporate into it. And
I'm sorry, Professor, I think the screen is not shared yet.
Okay, hold on. Let me share the screen again.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. I think I took it out of the screen. Okay, let me put it up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let me go back to that. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so okay, can you see the slide, the particular slide?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, all right. These seven key components, how you want to incorporate is, you have to first go and find out how we set up the psychological first aid. So I have given you a couple of references at the back of my slides to make it very easy for you. You really want to look at what the University Malaya Medical Center is incorporating in coming up with these things. You can go and read the article that I have put up there under the name of Sulaiman et al. Okay. And if you, it is easily available on the website. You can open up that and you can read that. And there are many others that I have given to you. So if you can go and look at it, because the University Malaya Medical Center has actually given you by steps how they are incorporated these seven components into coming up with the psychological first aid. Okay, so they have a few stages there. They look at how they planned it and how they incorporated the IT there and what are the components they put in. So at the place where they put the components, they tell you based on the, actually all this comes from the 3 L's, you know, the look, listen, and link. All right. So they, this NHS and many other organizations have elaborated on this and come up with the 7 key components. So if you go into this paper, and there are many other papers by Everlyn and all those people, all that is under my references. So you can go and read about this. And the Johns Hopkins University also has got a lot of write-up on this. And there is a guideline, in fact, in Malaysia also, it's called the Psychological First Aid Manual. You can also go and have a look at it. Just Google it as Psychological First Aid Malaysia. It comes out, it's ready, available to you. You can go and read it, and all these components are there. And they even tell you how to go about it. If you want to know what University Malaya Medical Center is doing, it's all given there. It's a very long process. It's got 5 sections in it, which will take a long time for me to address it. It's very clearly given. They are trying it out. So I will advise you to go and look at Sulaiman et al.'s paper.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Prof. Yes, I guess. Right, maybe let's move on to the next question. The question is from Mr. Rico Sitorus, which is actually a part of the lecturer in Sriwijaya University in Public Health. Let me rephrase the question here for you. Okay. Mr. Rico said that he has a result from his research among health workers, where at the beginning of the pandemic, almost all of them has the anxiety. Okay. But however, as the time goes by, they already accept the situation. What is your comment about this? Well, that depends situation. Also, is he not every, thank you very much for the question. First of all, he let me recollect what he wants to know. He says most of them come with stress, anxiety, or depression, and ultimately they overcome it. Well, this is what we call resilience, right? Not all of us can do that, but they say that in situations, because this pandemic is not like any other disaster where it suddenly happened, you know, a catastrophe happened and, you know, it happened so fast and it ended. That will leave a lot of catastrophes and people who are distraughted. You know, people are so shocked, they don't know what to do. But in the case of a pandemic, what actually happens is, because it started almost 2 years ago, people are stressed, yes. But in the case of the pandemic, what has happened is everybody got into action and they started preparing, planning, and putting things in place. So either it could be that a lot of things have been put in place to teach people or healthcare workers, whoever, how to adapt and cope with the situation so that they overcome the stress and they're stronger to face it, or that they themselves have got some innate coping strategies, how to overcome it. This is how it happens. But there's one thing I would like to add on here. When you look at situations before this, pre-COVID, you know, I don't know whether he's asking this condition for healthcare workers or is he asking for the public? May I know? Is he relating this question to healthcare workers or is he asking the question relating to the general public? I think specifically for the healthcare workers.
Okay, so what has happened is if you go and look at literature before the before the COVID, that's the pre-COVID, you will see a lot of literature talking about healthcare workers. And most of the times, what they report is only stress. They report mostly stress. Anxiety and depression has not been much. And there's been a lot of coping strategies that have been put in. But you must look at the scenario during the COVID-19 now. This is a different scenario altogether. So when it came in, people thought, well, this will end, but it didn't. So everybody got in, started roping in a lot of things. And it so happened that a lot of things that have been put in now, all I can say is that even in Malaysia, with the mental health and psychological social support and with this psychological first aid, people have been taught and there's a lot of services available to healthcare workers to overcome their stress and become resilient and adapt to the situation. So this is my answer to his question.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I think that already answers all of the question properly. And this is the end of our session, I think, because we don't have enough time for more discussion and more questions. Actually, there are still so many questions here, but because of the time limitation, we cannot answer all of them. Right. So
can I just find out from you, do I have to stay on for the next session of question and answer, or?
I don't think so, I guess.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Retnaswari Masilamani. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the next speaker. Of course, here we have our next speaker, Professor Dr. Tan Malaka, MOH, Dr. PH, Occupational Medicine Specialist and Senior Industrial Hygienist. Before we begin the session, let me introduce you with the background and CV of Prof. Tan Malaka. So, Professor Tan Malaka has an education and professional background. He graduated from the medical doctor study from Sriwijaya University in 1974, and he also got his master's degree of occupational health from the University of the Philippines, and he received his Doctor of Public Health from University of Hawaii at Manoa, USA, and he also received his occupational medicine specialist from ED in 2005. Also, he received his senior industrial hygienist in 2005. And as for now, he received Professor of Public Health, Faculty of Medicine in Sriwijaya University in 2008. Current assignments of Professor Tan Malaka are he is in advisory board for Indonesian Network of Occupational Health and Safety Professionals. He is also a chairman for Indonesian Society of Industrial Hygienist Professionals. He also handles the MPH program for the School of Public Health in Sriwijaya University, as well as the doctoral program for environmental management, and also a lecturer of environmental and occupational health in Department of Public Health and Community Medicine in Faculty of Medicine, Sriwijaya University, and also an occupational health and industrial hygiene consultant for PT Citra Husada Indonesia, and also a consultant of occupational and health at PT Expert Indonesia. His previous assignments include advisors for various companies, such as International SOS Jakarta and Gold Mining Company, which is Biliton, and Shell Company in Indonesia, which is in oil and gas sector, and Procter & Gamble Indonesia, which is a manufacturing company, and Nike Group and Companies, which is a shoe manufacturing company, Medica Plaza International Clinics in Jakarta, and occupational health consultant at Medica Loka in Jakarta, and also occupational health consultant Nusantara Medical Center. So the professional organization for Professor Tan Malaka includes he's a member and also a board member of Indonesian Network of Occupational Safety and Health Professionals, or INOS Pro, in 2020 until now. And he's a chairman of Indonesian Society of Industrial Hygiene Professionals from 2017 until now. He's a Vice President of Asian Association of Occupational Health, or AAOH, from 1999 to 2002. He's also Chairman of Indonesian Association of Occupational Health and Safety, or in Indonesia we call it Asosiasi Hiperkes, from 1999 to 2003. All right. So the topic for Professor Tan Malaka's presentation for today is respiratory health at wood-related industry. Without further ado, I welcome Professor Tan Malaka to start his presentation.
Right, thank you, Bobby.
Yes,
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Dean, Faculty of Public Health, Madam, Rector of Unsri, Rector 1 of Unsri, Sir, colleague, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. After talking about the COVID-19, which most of my colleagues will be talking about, COVID-19, I'll switch to ordinary topics of occupational health. That's on the respiratory health, which is related to woodworking industries. May I check your voice, please? Poppy, can you hear me?
clearly, Prof.
All right. Okay, thank you. Moving. Let me give you this first picture taken from HSC, British or England. And it says dust kills. In what way does it kills? Yeah, I think in many ways. The first, because dust may contain carcinogens. Like even the wood dust is carcinogens. Secondly, the dust may be containing things like silica, which may induce silicosis. And silicosis is basically a fibrosis of the lung, which we medical doctors do not have the cure for that. Now on the right, I modify a little bit pictures from the HSC to put the pictures that I got last week from my visit in Bogor. And this is the dust which is containing 3 chemicals at once. That's acrylonitrile, styrene, and butadiene. So dust is of many kinds, and the health hazard is depending on the size, content, and the concentrations. The wood dust refers to inhalable fractions of the solid wood, including bark. The both freshly cut or dried woods are included, but pulp, which is containing cellulose, for example, and paper, pulp and paper dust are not considered to be wood dust, which is already treated because of this already being treated. So dust from wood, wooden board, and chemically treated wood dust are included in this definition, although these dust may also contain other chemicals. Exposure to wood dust is still very common in developed and developing countries. In developing countries, for example, since wood-related industries are of economic importance, and the number of workers exposed is large, especially due to the labor-intensive type of the wood-related industries. Exposure to wood dust may be found in wood-related industries such as plywood, which is in Indonesia, quite a lot of industries, plywood industries. The particle boards, even close to Sriwijaya University, we have particle board factories. The furniture, sawmills, carpentry, joinery, pencil slab like in the Lubuk Linggau, and pulp and paper. This pulp and paper is actually the early part of the process is the debarking, chipping, and screening, which is actually producing wood dust, only wood dust without other chemicals. So wide varieties of exposure depending on the machines, tasks, just sanding, cutting, sewing, molding, and cleaning. The size of the dust may be coarse or fines. And working with the fiberboard, for example, in the process of sanding and sewing, may expose workers to high concentration of wood dust. SICPH, American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists, classifies dust into 3 categories based on the aerodynamic diameters. Its aerodynamic diameters is a term used by SICPH, which is confusing many students because it is actually it is not a physical diameter, but it's a sort of measure of how wide the volume of the particulate when it is hanging in the air. So this is what we call aerodynamic diameter. And based on the aerodynamic diameter, in the SICPH categorized as inhalable when it's less than 100 microns, thoracic when it's less than 10 microns, and respirable if it is less than 4 microns. And most investigators use inhalable as the measure of exposure to wood dust. And this is probably due to the fact that many countries, including European Union, for example, use inhalable dust as a standard parameters in their regulations. That even Indonesia is also using inhalable terms in the regulations. So that's why many investigators use inhalable, or some of them are also using the total and respirable. But actually, from industrial hygiene point of view, it depends on the dust that you are looking at. You should measure the respirable. The thoracic, which is less than 10 microns, usually used for the ambient kind of investigations, and they call it PM10. Right. So the British Well workplace exposure level, for example, in the 2020 versions, is using inhalable and respirable. So this picture will give you some sort of distributions of wood dust. Like if you try to count try to do the vertical counting under the microscope, we'll find that most of the time the distributions of the wood dust and dust in general is actually following logistic regression. So you look at this is not a bell shape. It's not a bell shape kind of type, but it is a shift to the left kind of. But the second thing about this graph is that if you look at this particular particulate size of the wood dust below 5 microns is still 1/3 of all cases. And so if you put the threshold limit value or the standards as 5 milligram per cubic meter, like in many countries in Europe, so I'm thinking about there's still some about 30% of the population is still above still within the range, which is not very safe. Anyway, now if you look at this table, I try to collect the standard on the wood dust from many countries like England, USA, New Zealand, European Union, Netherlands, Swedish, Singapore, and even Indonesia. And you look at, for example, England is using all dust, TWA, which stands for the 8 hours, time weighted average for 8 hours. Then they use 10 milligram per cubic meter inhalable term as a standard, then 4 milligram per cubic meter in terms of respirable dust. If you go to USA, for example, let's take SICPH as interest of time. In the interest of time, we will be able to read all of this. And like, for example, the SICPH, the latest TLV that they put in the book is for the work WRC stands for Western red cedar is 0.5 milligram per cubic meters inhalable, and other dust, they put it as 1 milligram per cubic meters. This is very conservative. 0.5 for the carcinogens, right? And in New Zealand, European mostly use the 5 milligrams per cubic meters, and then Indonesia is following the SICPH. Well, I would say that it is copying SICPH. That is the 0.5 and 1 milligram. Right. So workers in the woodworking process, such as logging, sawmill, plywood, chipping, and joineries, may be exposed to wood dust and other biohazards, such as beta-glucans. The beta-glucans is actually the carbohydrate types, some sort of carbohydrates, which is available in the envelope of the fungi. So the presence of beta-glucans would indicate that the presence of fungi, endotoxin, gram-negative bacteria, and fungi. So other agents may be related to wood dust and are also exposing workers in wood-related industry. These are, for example, formaldehyde, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, dioxin, arsenic, creosote, chlorophenols, and many other chemicals. And some of these chemicals are known human carcinogens. So beside measuring exposure to wood dust using real-time conventional monitoring like inhalable, respirable, and total, there have been developed methods using statistical modeling. And I look at the data that one of the best model could have the variant explain something like 35 to 54%. That's good enough. And markers of exposure to thick and oak wood using lapacol, deoxylapacol, methylanthraquinone, and gallic acid have also been developed. And biomonitoring of exposure to wood dust, and this is relatively new, using nasal lavage, carbon reactive proteins, and malonaldehydes is also proposed. So these are the newer kind of informations insofar as wood dust is concerned. Now, just to put it in perspective that HSC has put wood dust, has classifies the hardwood and softwood as asthmagen, which is causing asthma. And exposure to wood dust technically meant exposure to wood solids, fungi, bacteria, and endotoxin, and other chemical used in the process of making wood products like formaldehyde, phenol, and arsenic. Investigators, if you look at in the literatures, mostly using two endpoints as far as wood dust is concerned, mostly using two endpoints, as I said, respiratory symptoms like cough, phlegm, and asthma, and also lung function parameters, such as forced vital capacity, forced expiratory volume at 1 second, the ratio of forced expiratory volume at 1 second over FVC, and peak expiratory flow rate, what is all medical terms related to lung function. Since 1989, Rastogi reported adverse respiratory health effect of exposure to wood dust. Then accumulating in the literature from many places like US, Canada, Europe, New Zealand, Asia, and Africa, information pertaining to the relationship between a significant relationship between wood exposure to wood dust and adverse respiratory health. Now, here is some data from Southeast Asia, from Malacca and Kodama, indicating that increased frequency of respiratory symptoms and lung functions. The people working in plywood, Zaman and Malacca, and increased respiratory system among workers exposed to rubber trees. Then this is a bit of specific for Malaysia and Indonesia and and Thailand, because we have a lot of rubber trees, and apparently people are now using the old rubber tree as raw materials for the plywood. Then people are exposing to the workers are exposed to these latex kind of dust. But BOM, doing some research in Indonesia on Meranti, this is a wood very popular in Indonesia, and didn't find anything which is causing lung function impairment. But Trihari Irfani is a medical doctor in Sriwijaya University, found lung function deficit among pencil slate for people who are exposed to Astonia scolaris, which is locally called pule. And this pule is actually very allergenic. I have some pictures later on if I have time to show you. Then there's a report from Thailand that increased respiratory symptoms and reduced spirometric values among workers exposed to rubber dust. And from the School of Public Health, University of Sriwijaya, Dr. Fikri Faisa also found lung function among workers exposed to latex dust. And he's from Malaysia. You saw 2019, decreased lung function among workers exposed to wood dust and also rubber trees. And the last one is the Widi Pesser. She found that increased respiratory symptoms and lung function decrements among workers exposed to wood dust in pulp industries. So it's about wood dust and cancers. The International Agency for Research on Cancers in 1995 classified wood dust as Group 1 human carcinogen, while SICPH in 2014 classified wood dust as A1, which means confirmed human carcinogens. See that in Bahasa Indonesia, the confirmed human carcinogen, my students translate it as dipastikan menyebabkan kanker pada manusia. That is in bahasa. But I myself translated as ilmu yakin menyebabkan cancer. That is for my own. Anyway, Selig 2006 found that increased micronuclei is one of the indication of in the buccal mucosa epithelium is the indication of the cancer risk. So is the accumulating information in the literature saying that exposure to wood dust associated with sinonasal cancers, laryngeal cancer, and lung cancers. And Kelly suggests that the use of oxidative stress, and this is relatively new, use of oxidative stress markers as a biomonitoring tool for detecting increased risk of cancers among wood dust. It's like malonaldehyde, right? So if we talk about managing the exposure to wood dust, then we look at first the enclosure of the process or enclosure of the operators. But of course, enclosure of the process is much more logical. And using or applying the dust collectors at the source of the dust, and also surface cleaning, but better we use vacuum. Otherwise, you are creating a lot of more dust. Or the so-called wet process, so that the dust is going to settle down. A workers training and using the particulate respirator like high efficiency particulate air filters. And if you look at the first three, this is the engineering kind of approach, and engineering kind of approach is always more successful than we are always embarking at the personal protective equipment. So my important note, right? My important notes about the subjects. There's good enough evidence of the relationship between exposure to dust and increased frequency of respiratory symptoms and spirometric values. And the data from Southeast Asia confirm the above. And exposure to wood dust, rubber trees also induce impairment of respiratory health among the exposed workers. Environmental monitoring, biomonitoring, and health examinations, these are the three should be combined. These three approaches should be combined so that we can have better pictures of the importance and magnitude of the related of the problems of the exposure to wood dust. And for the future studies, is for the researchers on the wood dust, including doctoral students here. Then we look at the endpoints like respiratory health, cancers, dermatitis, or genetic changes. These are the 4 endpoints that people usually look at when they are talking about wood dust. Then measuring exposure of the wood dust should also measure concomitant exposure like beta-glucans, fungi, bacteria, and the toxins. And also, we should think about other chemicals as well as a covariate. This is either natural or synthetic kind of chemicals like formaldehyde, terpene, phenol, and arsenic. And use also biomonitoring using the oxidative stress biomarkers. Then one last advice is you should use the longitudinal study design so we can have a cause and effect. Well, on the left picture, I can give you, this will give you the one example of exposure to dust in the field. In this case, is the pule, locally called pule or Astonia scolaris, which is highly allergic. But it's not, if you look carefully at this picture, it's not only talking about the health hazard, but also safety hazard, because this moving kind of very soft equipment is actually naked. I mean, they should have a guard here. And the pule dust is very allergenic, is highly allergenic. That's why we can see later on the allergic phenomena that happen in the workers. And if you look at the lower right, so it looks like what is called the labor intensity is involving many workers. Yeah. Now, this is the dermatologic effects. If you look at the tip of the fingers, there is a fluorescence. There's inflammations actually here. Now, see the technology that used as a local exhaust to actually clean, to catch the dust before it's exposing the workers. But if you look carefully, you still can see the fine dust here on the surface. Look at this. This is the fine dust. This is probably by the size of lower than 4 microns. This is respirable. Now, well, I couldn't, okay, let me see this. This is the plywood industry. Look at the dust. Yeah. Look at the dust. And they're using some sort of medical mask, fabric mask, which wouldn't work for fine wood dust like that. Moderators, I think that's all I want to give you for the first time. I would now like to have, if there's any questions, to answer any questions pertaining to studies or information on wood dust and respiratory health. Give it back to you, Poppy.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Tan Malaka, for the presentation. So we already have one question here from Farhan Prata. He basically said that we have companies, when worker is working for a company, the company itself can handle the risks that happening in the company. But he's wondering about the non-formal sector workers, especially working in wood. He's wondering, as a health and safety student, what can we do and what should the relevant government do in dealing with this situation for the non-formal sector workers?
Can you say that again? It's not right. Well. Can you say that again, Poppy?
Okay.
Make it short. It's not my English, but it's probably in my ear.
Okay. Okay, Professor, I'm sorry. So here Farhan is wondering about workers, about wood workers from non-formal sectors. How can we control the risk from dust exposure to them?
Right. So the non-formal sector is usually is a subject of discussion in many discussion by the Department of Health. Since in terms of numbers, the non-formal sector is really large and even larger than the formal sectors. So from occupational point of view, they are important actually. But this is what we call here in Asia mostly underserved population. Repeat, underserved populations. Not many of them are served by the systems. When I say system, it's like the insurance, like the preventive systems that we have. So in the future, probably the government should be more active in promoting and protecting health of the informal sectors, including the people who are exposed to wood dust. But if you look at the process is actually in the wood dust is very simple, except in the pulp and paper. Pulp and paper is quite complex, but most of the wood industry, especially when you talk about informal sector like sawmills, for example, the furniture industry, the process is very simple. The first, I think we have to educate people that wood dust kills. As I said, right, that's put by the HSE. As the wood dust is actually hazardous. It's a better term than dangerous. and there are many ways that we have to educate them about that. And the second is actually to look at the way they work. Would it possible not to produce dust? What are the alternatives for engineering? I would like to put this first as an alternative, the engineering approach, because engineering approach is final. Engineering approach is, so to put it in bahasa Indonesia, many times I put it in bahasa Indonesia, siapa yang membuat mesin? Itu para engineer. Jadi kau yang memulai. Poppy can continue there. Kau yang mengakhiri, kan? Well, but that's that you're the beginner, because most of the machineries that are created by engineers and they're able to actually correct the situations. So we should look at the more engineering type of preventions, not always embarking at the personal protective equipment. Of course, at the end, we're going to talk about using an appropriate particulate mask and then cleaning the surface using some sort of sucking equipment, not sweeping, right? So, but again, because the question was about, because the question is about the role of the government, I fully agree, rejectfully, that we should talk to the government so that they're going to be more proactive. As of now, I don't have much to say about that under informal sectors. Kebanyakan cincai-cincai.
Okay, Prof.
All right.
We can conclude that.
We don't have English
in the
for
current
cincai-cincai.
situation. Yeah. So in the current situation, we can conclude that that education for non-formal sector wood workers is still not adequate, I guess. Right, Prof?
Yeah. I mean, you have to improve the knowledge of the people. Yeah, improve the knowledge.
That's the
if you
point.
improve the knowledge, this is one of the key. If you modify the knowledge, they get a better understanding of what they are working with. So they're going to try to avoid the hazardous situations. This is the key message. Then the government should give an assistance. There are many examples actually in the literatures that studies from Japan about the informal sectors given by Dr. Kogi in Japan. And in other probably in other occasions that we're going to talk about these informal sectors. Like, is there any more questions specifically on wood dust? There are many doctoral students here. If there's any doctoral students which are still doing the wood dust, look at my suggestion at the end of the presentations. The problem with the
Yes,
wood
we
dust.
welcome.
Yeah. Please
Yeah,
welcome.
we welcome more questions. If anyone still have more questions to ask to Prof. Tan, you can type your questions into the message box or the chat box. So, Prof. Tan, Farhan Prata is a student from the undergraduate study in Public Health University, Public Health Faculty in Unsri, I'm sorry. So he's asking as a member of HSE club in FKM. So what do you think can a university student do?
Well, university students supposed to study, and we have our three Dharma perguruan tinggi. We can do research.
Okay.
We can provide information for the people.
Yes.
And yeah, most of the time we have a lot of actually situation where you can study the effect of the wood dust, because we have a lot of plywood, pencil slab, sawmills, joineries, furnitures, pulp and papers. Here, they're all here in Sumatra. Please go out there and study that and report it to the prestigious journals, so that it's going to be recorded as our findings. Like Pak Fikri, you know, Pak Fikri is one of your senior.
Yes.
Late Pak Fikri is actually studying the rubber dust is a dissertation, and that's very good, and it's very original. And Dr. Trihari Irfani is also very original. He's talking about the Pule, which is there's none in the literature report about the Stone Scholaris. So the original things like that will contribute to the literature. So he's going to talk about wood dust, because wood dust, the variety of woods, they're all in tropical countries. Most of the time, in the tropical country, there are varieties of the wood dust. So that there are a lot of opportunity for you to study about wood dust here, or dust in general, or occupational in general. Right. So before you close that, Poppy, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude for the Professor Ratnaswari, who have been contributing to our conference. We haven't met for a long time. The last time we met is in Kuala Lumpur in 2015. And I asked Poppy to contact you to contribute to this. And that was excellent presentations. Then also later on, hopefully we can see Professor Gapas. This is my colleague from University of the Philippines. That's my home campus too. I'm a classmate of Professor Benjamin Vitaza, and I came 2 or 3 times in the School of Public Health, University of the Philippines, but I haven't that opportunity to meet you, Professor Gapas. Hopefully, I can see you in these presentations. Bobby, if you want to close it now, then please do it. But if there is an urgent question, then we can still answer it.
Right. Yes, there's no more question to Prof. Tan, but there is a reply from Professor Ratnaswari. She said, "Thank you. Nice to see you again. And hopefully you can really meet in person after COVID settles."
Yeah.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the presentation of Professor Tan Malaka. And thank you for the question. And let's move on to the next session. Thank you again, Prof. Tan, for giving us your knowledge. So I'm giving the second session to Ms. Desela Andarini. Oh, right, I'm sorry. So after my session, I'm giving the screen back to our MC. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much for Ms. Poppy Fujianti, SKM FKM. And going to the next session.
Well, the next session is a break session. So after this, we're going to have a break session for about 5 minutes. And after the break sessions, we're going to have a presentation.
Halo semuanya, kami dari FKM Sri. Saatnya peregangan. Salam sehat.
Tujuh, delapan. Atur nafas, ambil nafas dari hidung, buang dari mulut. Sama peregangan dinamis. Masuk peregangan statis. Ini adalah peregangan untuk tubuh bagian bawah. Kita ulangi arah lain. Gerakan terakhir dari latihan kelininan.
next agenda is presentation from our third and fourth speaker that will be by our respective moderator, Ms. Desula Azeli, SKM, Ms. Desula Azeli, SKM, is a lecturer in Public Health Faculty of Sriwijaya University, who has completed her bachelor's degree in Sriwijaya University 2011 and master's degree in University 2015. For Ms. Tejela Adeli SKFS, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for the committee of SICPH. Could you hear me? Yes, okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of the conference of the Sriwijaya International Conference of Public Health with the theme The Workplace Initiative, Health, Safety, and Wellbeing regarding COVID-19. Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Desa Anderini, and for the next half an hour, I'll be hosting this session with two very respectable and very special speaker, which is Professor Dr. Hosulito L. Gapas, MD, MPH, and Bapak Professor Dr. Chandra Yoga Aditama. And for the first part of this session will be presentation from Professor Dr. Hosulito Gapas, MD, MPH, from University of the Philippines College of Public Health, Manila, Philippines. Hello, Prof. Jose. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Content. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to share my screen, please.
Yes, okay. But before that, we'll read the brief of curriculum vitae of Dr. Hosulito Gapas.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Hosulito Gapas, MD, MPH, is an adjunct professor from Department of Environmental and Occupational Health, Universities of the Philippines College of Public Health, Manila, Philippines, from 2018 to present. He is responsible for the provision of training to the master students of the UP College of Public Health and provide consultancy and support services in the area of curriculum review, occupational health research, and projects. And prior to now, he is an occupational and environmental health executive for Philippines Holding Corporation, or FKM, Manila, Philippines, from January 2011 to present. He also have so many experience in health and safety. For example, he is a senior consultant and president from August 1993 to present. And then also a senior health advisor and country health manager from Philippines, senior occupational health advisor from Shell Retail Business in Asia Pacific region, and senior health advisor and country health manager Asian Federation. Okay. And for this session, Prof. Dr. Hosulito Gapas, MD, MPH, will discuss about addressing health workers' health and safety during the COVID-19 outbreak, dancing with the virus. Well, Professor Hosulito Gapas, the time is yours.
Okay. I'd like to share my screen, please.
Yeah, can you share?
Yes. There you go. Is my screen showing?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we'll start.
Okay.
Okay. All right. To the rector of Sriwijaya University, to Dr. Ms. Nanyarti, the Dean of Public Health of Sriwijaya University, the chief executive of this conference, fellow speakers and moderators, especially my friend Dr. Tan Malaka. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for your kind invitation to this conference. And I will do my best to share our experiences in the private sector here in the Philippines. The title of my presentation is First Philippine Holdings Corporation, a Philippine private sector approach to the COVID-19 outbreak, the continuing dance with the virus. You might be curious why we are talking about the dance, because earlier on, when the outbreak started, we said that we need to dance with the virus because so many things are unknown. It is an ever-changing situation. So the control measures that we need to put in place is like a dance. It will keep on changing. So we will have the outbreak in the next couple of years more. So the title, The Continuing Dance with the Virus, has been included in this presentation. Okay. So as mentioned earlier, thank you very much for your introduction. I'm Dr. Joselito Gapas. I'm currently the head of Occupational and Environmental Health in First Philippine Holdings Corporation. I'm an adjunct professor, Department of Environmental and Occupational Health, College of Public Health, University of the Philippines, and I'm the president of Health Safety and Environmental Management Consultancy Services Incorporated. For this session, I declare no conflict of interest. Okay. Now, for this session, I'd like to speak about three things. The first one is the COVID-19 strategy implemented across First Philippine Holdings Corporation to manage the risk to workers, their families, and the business. How the strategy evolved with new information as we move on with the outbreak, the appearance of the COVID-19 variants, new control measure and new technologies, and the changing regulatory environment as well as global trends. I'd like also to talk about shortly the current state of our corporate vaccination strategy. Yes, in the Philippines, the private sector has been allowed to run its own vaccination strategy in parallel to that of government. The title of our vaccination strategy is VAC to Normal. Lastly, I'd like to share with everybody how our companies see the medium to long-term scenarios of the COVID-19 outbreak, because we need to consider this in developing the future and upcoming business strategy across our enterprise. So in short, we would like to share with you how First Philippine Holdings has danced with the virus and how we see the future in the next 2 years and how we will prepare for the continuing dance with the COVID-19 outbreak. A little word on First Philippine Holdings. First Philippine Holdings is a pioneering holding company with principal interest in clean and renewable energy, premium real estate, manufacturing, construction, healthcare, and education. We have around 13 to 14 companies spread across 30 to 35 locations all over the Philippines. The First Philippine Holdings businesses all work together to ensure a decarbonized and regenerative future for all. Okay, so how did we imagine the COVID outbreak when it started? And how did it eventually turn?
Sorry, Doctor. Would you mind to slideshow the PowerPoint?
Yes, I'm in PowerPoint right now. So
Okay.
is it not in PowerPoint? I'll try again.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Is it now in PowerPoint? Or not?
Yes, in PowerPoint. But,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
The slide is moving.
Okay. So, is it okay? Can I proceed or?
Okay, sir.
Okay. All right. So, how did we imagine the COVID-19 outbreak when it started? When the COVID-19 outbreak started in early of 2020, we hoped that the outbreak curve would be a simple inverted bell curve, and after hammering the virus with control measures, um, it would settle down and gently go down into a very smooth dance phase where eventually it will end. When we started in 2020, we have developed what we call our COVID-19 control framework. Our control framework is, we from a workplace perspective, we have to make sure the following. One, we need to protect the workplace. But it is not simply putting control measures in the workplace. We have also to protect the home of our workers, because if we do not protect the home of our workers from COVID, they could bring COVID into the workplace. Our workers also continue to go out of their homes into the community. So we have to give them information on how to protect themselves while outside in the community. Lastly, we realize that our workers will need to travel between their work and their home. So all of these four areas need protection from COVID-19. This is where the concept of safety bubbles came into being. Safety bubble is defined as a set of engineering controls, administrative controls, and personal protective equipment measures which are designed to reduce the risk of exposure of people to COVID-19 virus and to minimize its spread. Should the safety bubble fail and we encounter cases of COVID in the workplace or at home, we also need to put in place recovery measures. Recovery measures are actions taken in cases of identified COVID-19 infected person. So we thought it was a simple story and eventually the outbreak would end. However, it was a different story after all. The outbreak turned out to be very different. There were multiple peaks and surges experienced, as you can see here in this illustration, where if you look at the global picture across the WHO region of the world, it is very, very different from the simple bell curve that we expected. It went up, it went down, it went up again 3 times, 3 peaks, driven by the emergence of more infectious and virulent variants, insufficient public health measures, and vaccine inequity or inequality. So as a private sector, we needed to adjust our control measures because COVID is changing and dancing as well. So we really have to dance with the virus. Okay. So what, in summary, in one slide would be the strategy that First Philippine Holdings implemented. I've mentioned earlier that we have around 13 companies in 31 sites all over the Philippines. So our control measure cannot be the same for everyone. What we did when we started is, it is important that for each and every location, there will be a site risk assessment. A site risk assessment is required prior to the implementation of COVID-19 preventive and control measures for each of our subsidiaries and affiliates. Once they have prepared their control measures and implemented it, we need to continuously enhance it because the COVID landscape is ever changing. Okay. So what are the things that we did? Of course, we need to protect the workplace. One of the very important strategy is we looked at, can we work from home? Who amongst our workers can work from home, who can come occasionally to work, and who needs to come to work regularly. For those who need to come back to work regularly, we put in place return to work screening, answering questionnaires, taking temperature checks, and so on. Whilst in the workplace or out in the community, there are PPE requirements from face shields, face masks, hand hygiene, and physical distancing. We also have established within our workplace a system to detect early potential COVID infected workers and do rapid contact tracing. Once this is done, we have to have a facility to access testing, either antigen testing or RT-PCR testing, to put our workers into quarantine or isolation, depending if they are in close contact, that is for quarantine, or COVID positive, that is for isolation. We need to have access to treatment facilities, and at the end of the day, they need to be brought back to the workplace once they have fully recovered. I mentioned earlier that part of our strategy is what we call the Safe Link Protocol. Workers need to come to work and go back home on a regular basis. That is why, if you look at this picture here, it is a picture of our vehicles which pick up workers from home to work, especially at the height of the outbreak. The drivers are fully trained with barriers inside, with personal protective equipment. That is what we call our Safe Link Protocol. As more technology come into the picture and more concepts are known with COVID, we continue to add additional control measure. One of the things that we added is what we call the Advanced Social Distance Tracking System. This is a picture to your right of the Advanced Social Distancing Tracking System. Each and every worker or person who enters the workplace are required to wear this badge. They are registered to each and every person individually. If two workers would come closer more than 2 meters, the badge will give an alarm. Also, the badge automatically register who the close contact persons or workers are while these people are at work. So in case where we have a COVID positive worker identified, it is very easy for us to trace inside the workplace who their close contacts are. We could come up with the list within 10 minutes of a positive case. A very expensive and challenging control measure that we have put in place is what we call the shelter-in-place work arrangement. This is a picture of a shelter-in-place work arrangement to your upper right. This is a concept where workers involved in big projects are put inside a bubble or a cocoon. Accommodation facilities are built with recreation facilities inside, and they do is they stay in the accommodation facility and come to work, all inside the bubble. Technically, these workers and these operations are isolated from the outside world. Before workers can enter the shelter-in-place facility, they have to undergo a pre-shelter-in-place quarantine and PCR testing of around 10 days of quarantine and PCR testing. If they pass this, they can enter the bubble, because we want to make sure workers that are entering the bubble are free from COVID-19. We do not do this for all our businesses, but only for businesses that are critical in our operations and our workers. This is being done, for example, in our power plants, because we cannot afford workers to get sick in our power plant and power plants to stop operating. That would be devastating for our country. Lastly, when antigen testing became more available and became better, for those of our workers who go home every day or regularly, we now begin conducting antigen screening for everybody every 2 weeks. This is not to prevent infection 100%, but what we would like is, since we cannot fully screen workers going to work, they might be COVID positive but asymptomatic, we need to at least do regular testing to make sure that at least some of these workers are identified, given proper treatment, and removed from the workplace. Another set of our program is to protect the home.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Your slide is not changing. Sorry, sir.
It's not changing. Okay, okay.
Yeah, your slide is not changing.
It's not changing. So I think I will just use this. Is this better?
Yeah, better, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I'll just use this. All right. So that we protect the home. And protecting the home means that we provide information and awareness to our workers and to our and to their household members, because we need to give them information how to protect their home, how to manage if somebody is in quarantine inside the home, and if somebody is sick, how to go about seeking medical information. So protecting the home is part of our program as well. Lastly, we have to make sure that support services continue, not only for our workers going to work, but also for those working from home in their families. Because everybody is separated during COVID times, these are the remote support services. We have COVID-19 hotlines available and accessible to all our workers and their household member. They can ask questions, they can report cases, they can get advice, and so on and so forth. We have also a teleconsultation and counseling service remotely, where workers and their family members could consult for illnesses not necessarily related to COVID, or since mental health is a big issue, they can access mental health counseling services online. Lastly, we have a system so that any of our workers or their family members who became sick, we are able to monitor regularly, refer them to emergency rooms and admissions and assistance. So these are some of the examples of what First Philippine Holdings did to reduce the risk of COVID to our workers and their household members. In the Philippines, during the height of the outbreak, we experienced shortage of emergency room in hospitals. Sick people could not go anywhere. They are turned back. So the company converted. We have a small hotel. It's called the San Tomas Suites. And we have repurposed this hotel to become a COVID-19 isolation facility. This is in coordination with a hospital group. So this hotel functions as a COVID-19 isolation facility, and there is 24/7 doctor and nurse on duty all the time. Please note that the facility will only accept RT-PCR confirmed asymptomatic or mild low-risk cases. COVID-19 cases, if you are moderate or severe, you are not allowed in our facility, but instead you are referred to our partner hospitals. Okay. So if we cannot protect and prevent, we made sure that we can bring them somewhere that they could get well and recover. Okay. Moving to my next slide, I'd like to share with the participants our story about vaccination, our back to normal strategy. The private sector companies in the Philippines were allowed to access vaccines via a tripartite agreement with government and vaccine providers. So this is the story of how First Philippine Holdings implemented our own internal vaccination strategy. First of all, we developed an organization and a plan to implement. Then we proceeded on executing that plan for number 2. We have identified and continue to monitor safe and efficacious vaccines. Once we have identified this, late 2020, we were able to begin talking to government via a tripartite agreement to acquire vaccines. In the process, we were able to acquire AstraZeneca and Moderna for the use of our workers and their household members. We need to generate demand. Therefore, for step 4, we communicated to all our stakeholders to foster awareness and to create demand. Demand or the desire to be vaccinated. Our target were our employees, our contractors, and all their household members. Since we are a conglomerate of 13 companies with 31 locations all over the Philippines, we engage with partners. We engage with 2 private companies in the Philippines, Reliance United and AC Health, to become our vaccine administrator. We also engage Zuilig Pharma, a logistics company in the Philippines, to bring the vaccines from the warehouse to the various locations in the Philippines where we are vaccinating. Once this is all done, we proceeded to step number 6. We identify the participants. We ask them to master list and to register. And at the same time, we were preparing our vaccination sites. Once all of this is done, we went to step 7. We are now conducting the vaccination. We are almost 95% complete already with vaccinating 18 years old and above. We are now waiting for government go-ahead and approval to begin vaccinating adolescents between 12 to 17 years old. And also we're waiting for government approval to begin giving booster doses to those who have already received the primary dose vaccines. Part of our ongoing program is at present, we're conducting vaccination, and also we're now doing, together with our partners, monitoring and pharmacovigilance. Okay. So I'd like to share with you the results of our vaccination strategy. So this is a list of some of our subsidiary companies in our group and their vaccination rate. Please note that as of October 19, 95.5% of all our employees have already been vaccinated with the first dose. 68.7% are fully vaccinated, and 26.9% have received at least the first dose. We have encountered minimum vaccine hesitancy, and by the end of October, all second doses would have been delivered already, and our total fully vaccinated workers would exceed 95.5%. Okay. Right. Okay. This is my second to the last slide. I'd like to talk about now how our company looks at COVID outbreak in the next 2 years. What are the future scenarios that we see, and what are the strategies that we are going to do? So on the left side, you will notice a first statement which we said, although COVID-19 vaccines are being rolled out, the crisis is not close to being resolved, but simply we are moving to a new phase. And there will be 5 determinants of this new phase, which will start perhaps next year and the year after. The first determinant is the COVID virus. Will there be future variants after Delta that are more infectious and virulent? Second, how will our public and our workers behave in terms of following the control measures? Many of us are already tired after almost 2 years into isolation and quarantine. We are opening up our businesses and we are moving around more. So there's general relaxation already of control measures. And of course, in the Philippines, there's still problem on vaccine hesitancy. The third determinant on which direction we will go is government response. Will our government be better next year in vaccinating, in coordinating with the local governments in implementing their COVID control program? We hope that they get better. Fourth, the fourth determinant of this new phase is on vaccine development. As we speak, there are around 39 vaccines on phase 3 trial based on the WHO count. Is one of these vaccine, the silver bullet vaccine, that will be effective in preventing 100% COVID infection, including new variants and future variants? Do we have a magic vaccine in the works or not? Do we have treatment modalities that will be upcoming, like molnupiravir, which is now becoming very popular as a potential pill to treat COVID? Will this all come into being and accessible to everybody? Lastly, the new phase will be determined by international and national coordination. Ever since until now, most of our approach is nationalistic. It's every country for itself. COVAX is there to help us, but they have not succeeded 100%. In the coming phase, will we have a more global approach so that we can control and implement our vaccination and COVID control measure globally? Okay. So all these five will determine the new phase of the outbreak. So at this time, it is naive to assume that we will achieve herd immunity. Why? Because the virus is present in animals, and we don't even know which animal it comes from. It always carries the potential of jumping back to humans again in the coming years. There is incomplete vaccine coverage. At least we know that in the Philippines. And there is also variable degree of vaccine protection. Some vaccines are quite good in their immune response. Some are less good. Okay. So that is what we see moving forward. If you distill this to future scenarios, if you look at the right side of the screen, we are looking at two extreme scenarios. The most optimistic or positive scenario has been called by one of the authors of this article as the one world scenario. This is the best scenario we can expect. In this scenario, in the coming years, new generation of vaccines are effective against all present and future variants. And second, that outbreak control is pursued in every country and accompanied by a global coordinated effort. This is very optimistic. And even if we have this, it might take 2 years to completely address the COVID outbreak. On the extreme side, there is what we call the extreme pessimistic or worst case scenario. It is called the divided world scenario. In this scenario, COVID-19 variants repeatedly emerge with high capacity to escape vaccine immunity. Only high-income countries are able to respond, manufacture adaptive and new vaccines for multiple rounds of immunization. And thirdly, the rest of the world, including the Philippines, would struggle with variants with insufficient and less effective vaccines. So in our company, we ask, most likely which scenario will we expect in the coming years? So we expect not any one of this scenario, but somewhere in between. And our scenario is endemic COVID can happen. That there might be sporadic outbreaks and localized surges until effective vaccines are developed. Okay, so as a company, this is how we looked at things. And as a company, this is my last slide. These are the things that we need to prepare for the coming 2 years at least. First one is we need to plan our existing operation and business and new projects that we will need to put in place based on the intermediate scenario, which I described earlier, an endemic COVID-19 scenario. We shall continue to review our existing protocols and control measures and adjust this time for longer implementation of at least 2 years. When we designed our protocols, we were hopeful that by the end of 2021, this should have been over. Unfortunately, a return to the new normal by the end of 2021 is highly unlikely. Third, we will plan and resource all our businesses and operations and new projects for an endemic COVID-19 scenario with sporadic outbreaks and localized surges until effective vaccines become available. At the same time, we need to protect all our business processes and our business partners. We need to help our contractors. We need to help our supply chain. These are the companies which we buy from or deliver our raw materials, because without them, we cannot do good business. Therefore, we have to involve everybody, not only our companies, in our new strategy moving forward. Number 4, with regards to vaccines and vaccination protocols and strategy, our company will ensure that we will have a capacity to rapidly acquire new generation COVID-19 vaccines as they become available via tripartite agreement with government and the vaccine supplier. And we shall establish our COVID vaccination strategy geared for rapid mobilization and deployment. We shall continue to strengthen, number 5, our health organization in our group across our enterprise to ensure that we remain competent and we have sufficient manpower to carry on all our COVID-19 programs. Lastly, we again need to talk with, engage, and communicate with our stakeholders, our workers, our employees, members of our households, our contractors, our suppliers, because we need to prepare them mentally and awareness-wise that COVID-19 is for a bit longer term more, that it will not end in 2021, and everybody should be informed and be ready for this longer term scenario. So in summary, we have shown you, I have shared with you what we have done, our programs to control COVID. We have shared with you our vaccination strategy to cover our workers and our household members. And lastly, how do we see the near future with regards to COVID and how we plan for its execution? That is my slide, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Hustalito Gapes. Well, some of the key points that I would like to highlight is that to address the risk of COVID-19 to workers and their business, companies will need to develop their company strategies which will remain fit for purpose and adaptable to the new information on COVID-19, new preventive and control technologies, as well as the changing status of the COVID-19 outbreak in their area of properties. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Professor Lito Gapes. And now we are moving on to the discussion questions. Please feel free to ask in the chat room, write down your name and your question. Well, special here, I have to mention that in this session, you will have the chance of winning 3,000 rupiah to pay for the best question. And in the chat bottom, actually, we have several questions, sir. The first question is from Rido Fatoni. The question is, as your present title deals with the pandemic, he saw that today the COVID-19 situation is not as high as past years. In my country, in Indonesia, the COVID-19 case per day is under 100 cases in almost all provinces. So, what we must do with the workplace health and safety against those new situation of COVID-19 conditions? Thank you, before.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Rido. That is the same question that I have been asked here in the Philippines. The virus, the outbreak is changing, it's dancing. The outbreak, the case rates are going down, vaccination rates are going up. So what do we need to do? Do we need to change our strategy? How do we change it? Right. So first of all, keep in mind that although the statistics now are showing that the cases are going down, if you look in the past, this is we just recently recovered from the third surge. Will there be a fourth surge later? We do not know. As I've said, it depends on how control measures, both in the company or in the government, will be implemented. But we have to be ready for that. Now, I have been asked before, do we need to reduce our control measures? Do we need to remove some? My question here is, you have to look at three things. The first one is, you have to look at the state of the outbreak, of the COVID outbreak, where your company is located. Is it going high? Is it going low? Or is it plateauing? It will contribute to your decision on what to do next. Second, what is the vaccination coverage of your workers? Is it very high, like ours, 95%, or still very low? Because that vaccination provides protection. And third, this is the third one, is you have to look at, okay, what are our control measures? So you cannot simply change your control measures without looking at the vaccination rate in your area and the outbreak status in your area. And these are not static conditions. The outbreak can change after the holidays, over the new year. We might be up with a fourth surge again because people would go into holidays and be traveling. So really, we have to continuously dance with the virus. And we have to be aware that we need to be monitoring and constantly changing what our plans are, because the environment is continuously changing as well.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Dr. Gapas. And then we are moving on to the second question. It is from Faris Anwasajaya from Occupational Health and Safety Public Health Faculty, Universitas Sriwijaya. The question is about safety bubble, Doctor. How is the strategy to implementing safety bubble effectively in the company? Thank
Okay,
you.
yes. We use the concept of safety bubbles. So non-experts like managers, workers, and our contractors, even our household members, can imagine the control measure that we build around them. The safety bubble is not perfect. It is never perfect. Yeah, COVID infection can get through that bubble, but we try our best. Now, number one is, the first requirement for the safety bubble is you have to have good control plans. For example, the most secure of our safety bubble is what I mentioned earlier, which is the shelter-in-place bubble. All workers go inside the bubble. They never go out until their job is finished, let's say for 2 months. They live there, they work there. Nobody gets into, or nothing gets into the bubble that is not allowed to go there. When food comes in, there is a control measure. When waste goes out, there's a control measure. When office supplies come in, there's a control measure. There is a handover protocol. Nobody is allowed to go inside that bubble without going through a pre-shelter-in-place quarantine of 10 days and at least one PCR test. So that is the most difficult to control. It's difficult and expensive, but it has to be well planned. You have to have good people to religiously implement the control measures. Otherwise, if your bubble has a leak and the virus gets in, you are in a big problem. Now, there's another bubble. This is a bubble concept for workers who need to go home every day, just like you and me. Not all of us can stay in this permanent bubble for 2 months. We need to go home every day because that is the nature of our work. So we have a bubble that is less protective because people will go out. But part of the bubble is education. Face mask, face shield, distancing, hand washing, all the public health control measure. Going out only if you need to go out. Okay, and so on and so forth. This is part of a bubble. not very secure, not 100%, but each and every person or worker should be able to implement this consistently. You and me know a lot of cases where they tell us, I have been following everything except for one time when I went to the hairdresser and had my hair cut. Then I had COVID. So that keeping the bubble intact will require a lot of discipline and self-control as well. So there you go. The requirement for a safe bubble is you have to have a plan. You have to have clear components of the bubble. Second, you have to educate and make aware people inside the bubble so they can implement it fully, no exceptions, and consistently. Otherwise, the bubble will collapse. Okay, so that is, I think, my answer. Is there a next question?
Oh, okay, sorry, sorry, sir. Sorry. Okay, and then for the next question is from Ahmad Gifari. He is from the Graduate School of Environmental Study. He would like to ask Professor regarding the preparedness to ongoing and next pandemic. As you said before, that the developed country has the advantage to be more prepared. What should the developed country can do?
Okay.
Thank you.
When this pandemic started, we knew very little about COVID. That's why we're very concerned. Please note that we are already almost 2 years into the COVID. What have we learned in the past 2 years? That controlling COVID, if you boil down to it, how to control it is simple. It doesn't require extensive technology or rocket science. And even developing countries can perform as good as more affluent countries. We know the basic protocols to prevent and protect people from COVID. We know and we have access to testing from PCR and antigen tests as well. Okay. We know how to educate our people. We know who these people are that need to be educated and made aware. Okay. Perhaps one thing that we developing countries would need to do is we should be able to work with government. Our governments, including the Philippine government, should really come up with a good, robust national strategic plan for COVID-19. As a country, this is an all of country and all of society approach. But the approach is not rocket science. We just need a good plan and a good organization from national level to our local government levels so that people can work as partners effectively. And it is not rocket science. We have good, intelligent people in government to plan. Do we have access to vaccines? At this point, I would say yes. We were late in getting vaccines, but now we have access to vaccines. Okay. What we do not have perhaps more is access to medicine if we're serious COVID. But other than that, I believe if we do our planning correctly, even us in the developing countries can do as well as developed countries. We do a good plan at the national level. It's an all country, all of society effort. We educate our people. We provide them economic opportunities to sustain them. And I think we can have a good plan, as good as any rich country.
Okay, thank you very much for your explanation, Prof. And for the next is, before we are continuing to the next session, I would like to special invite Professor Tan Malaka. Do you have special question for Dr. Gapas, Prof? Sorry, you are still muted right now.
Unmute this one. No, it's not
Yeah.
really much question. It's just say hello. That I'm extremely happy. Actually, Professor Gapas was actually explaining about the bubble concept, is because there many people here don't really is not really able to grab the concept of bubble concepts in the preventions. In the early part of this pandemic, I was just trying to convince the university, especially for the medical students, that they should do the bubble concept for the medical student, because they are moving from one department to another, like in the department of surgery and then department of external medicine, internal medicines, where they can get or they can distribute. So this very good concept that you have explained about the bubble concept. And since you're working in a company, I've noticed that we in the company, people as an occupational physician, very much talking toward engineering solutions. And even in the time of COVID, we talk about engineering solutions. But the government, as far as Indonesia is concerned, they're not paying many attention to engineering approach in the control of COVID, like using the UVs, like separations and all these things. I was just wondering what's happening in the Philippines, in the area of controlling this using the engineering approach, because I haven't heard much in Indonesia about that. And
Yeah.
yeah, I've listened to you that most of the one of our pride in the company is actually if we can provide full vaccination for our employees. But you find any breakthrough when they complete the vaccination? That you find any breakthrough, because this is one of the very important issues. And the last one is just information. Is Dean Gloriani still in the office? It's changed already, because I heard that Dean Gloriani
changed already.
Thank you, Professor Gapas.
Yes. Yeah, right now the engineering control that we're practicing centers around ventilation. And even if you don't have resources, the concept of ventilation is very clear. Open windows, open doors. Ensure that there's a good ventilation and wind flow across workplaces. If you can transfer some of your work outdoors, why do it indoors? So these are very simple engineering ventilation controls that need not be resource intensive and easy to implement, even if you're in a company with limited resources. Okay. So we do barriers, of course, but this is part of our shelter-in-place facility. Right. Vaccination, by the way, is still voluntary. We cannot mandate it. It is voluntary, so we really need to do a lot of education and awareness to our workers and their household members for them to be vaccinated.
Okay, thank you, Professor Solito Gapas. I see in the participant there is still our speaker, Professor Ratneswari Masilamani. I would like also to invite Professor Ratneswari Masilamani. If you still join with us, do you have special question for Dr. Solito Gapas? Professor Ratneswari Masilamani. Or no, if not, probably closing remarks for us, Professor Gapas. Because any message for the audience, how should the company behave regarding COVID-19?
Okay, my message is we continuously will dance with the virus. It will not end soon, maybe 2 to 3 more years. We have talked about control measures, and the dance and the music will continue to change. We hope that there will be better vaccines moving forward, better control measures. But if not, we really need to dance with the virus in the next couple of years. But one of my most important messages, please, vaccination, no matter what the brand, has proven its effect in preventing serious COVID, not only to our workers, but also to our household members and the general community. So if there's still people who are hesitant to be vaccinated out there, I hope everybody will become an avenue to educate and make them aware that vaccination is important. Because right now, in the coming years, it might be a COVID outbreak of the unvaccinated people. And that will be very, very sad. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time and for listening. Have a good day.
Okay, the answer from Professor will end the first session today. Once again, would like to say thank you. Thank you, Prof. Okay, now we are moving on to the second part of the session. We will see the top 5 nomination of the video competition.
Health and safety during COVID-19 pandemic at workplace. Should I wear a mask and keep social distancing in the workplace? Yes, of course. COVID-19 outbreak is not a job just for health sector. We are working in the different industries representatives and different sectors to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak. Exposure can occur at any workplace, while traveling to work, during work-related travel to an area with local community transmission, as well as on the way to and from the workplace. The risk of exposure to COVID-19 in the workplace depends on the likelihood of coming within 2 meters of others, in having frequent physical contact with people who may be infected with COVID-19, and through contact with contaminated surfaces and objects. Number 1 is self-certified survey and vaccinate. Number 2 is wear a mask. Number 3, temperature screening. Number 4, keep your hands clean. Number 5, do not touch your face. Number 6, social distancing. Number 7, closure of common areas. And the last one, workstation and office cleaning.
Dengan kondisi ini, saatnya kita kerja dari rumah.
On March 15, 2020, Joko Widodo, as the President of Indonesia, asked for activities at home by calling for stay at home. The policy impacts some of the workers. They have to work online, even have their jobs terminated temporarily. This is also felt by a Palembang Tanjung Toll Road project worker.
Selama pandemi ini, sejujurnya banyak hambatan-hambatan kami dalam melakukan gawean di lapangan. Bahkan selama beberapa bulan, kami dipaksa tetap tidak bisa ke lapangan dan harus tetap di rumah.
During the implementation of work from home, many jobs have been delayed. So, the new normal policy has been implemented since June 1st, 2020. With the enactment of the new normal, the delayed work can be resumed, but it turns out that many workers are still afraid to work in the office or the field.
Healthy and safety during COVID-19 at workplace. How to maintain health at work? COVID-19 or the pandemic is introduced in several countries, which is very disturbing for people's comfort and activities, as well as workers during this COVID-19 pandemic. There is by warning and is running water. Consume bath in the morning so that the body is always healthy and not susceptible to disease. This application is carried on in various regions and countries. Besides that, it is also applied to keep the distance for governors.
Close contact. It's been almost 2 years. Coronavirus is here with us. Many changes due to the coronavirus, like we had to apply health protocol, and also we should go to work from home or learning from home. But after the announcement from Master Nadiem Makarim, we had permission to do face-to-face learning at school. So here I will tell you about how to protect yourself when you go to school or workplace during COVID-19.
Okay, now we are moving on to the second part of the session, which is the presentation from Bapak Profesor Dr. Chandra Yoga Aditama. Good afternoon, Prof. Thank you for attending with us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, they just allow me to unmute.
Okay, first let me introduce the curriculum vitae of Professor Dr. Chandra Yoga Aditama. The present position and activities is right now he is the director of postgraduate school in University, Jakarta, Indonesia, and then also a professor in pulmonology and respiratory medicine, Faculty of the Medicine, University of Indonesia. Also adjunct professor in the Center for Environment and Population Health, Griffith University, Australia. Member of expert team of Indonesian Presidential Advisory Council, governing board member of CMU, and then also a member of COVAX Independent Allocation Vaccine Group. For the previous position, Professor Chandra Aditama is the Director of Communicable Diseases, or CDS, World Health Organization, Southeast Asia Regional Office, or CIRO, from 2018 until 2020. And then the Director General of National Institute of Health Research and Development, or NEHRD, from the Ministry of Health Indonesia from 2014 until 2015. Okay, Prof. Chandra, please welcome.
Okay, thank you. So I do not. So this will be in English, isn't it? Is the presentation? The presentation should be in English. I'm sorry because I just joined. Is it in English or in Bahasa?
You can use English, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So is my slide shown quite well, and then the sound and okay? Just to make sure.
Can you show it first, Prof?
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it okay right now?
Really okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity. So this is so I have to talk about the COVID situation in general, and this is the public health university of Universitas Sriwijaya. I hope I took the most recent photos. I've never been there anyway. So, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the COVID was begun on the 31st of December 2019 when WHO Country Office of China have been reported the pneumonia of unknown etiology. Of course, at that time you do not know the name; it's not yet COVID, so it's pneumonia of unknown cause. The cause was not known. That is on 31st December 2019, and now we are on October. So this disease is only 1 year 10 months, so it's relatively new. So it is published in the WHO website on 5th January 2020. Of course, there are several issues that mention that maybe the disease was it was said begin in this seafood market in the Wuhan city of China. It was discussed whether the disease might be even before Wuhan, but yeah, as of now we are still using this theory that it began in this seafood market, even though the head team of expert of WHO that was sent to Wuhan said that COVID patient 0 may have been. So it's not yet clear or it's not yet fixed that it may have been a Wuhan lab worker infected by the bat. So anyway, these are still some theory. So this is the disease began on the beginning of 2020 or at a very last day of 2019, begin in this particular sorry, I better put my stopwatch, and begin in the seafood market of Wuhan city. And on the 11th of March, the Director General of WHO declared this COVID as a pandemic. At that time, it's already in 114 countries, and already more than 4,000 people lost their life. As you know, then on the 2nd of March, Indonesia already reported the first case. So the first case of Indonesia was before declaration of pandemic by Director General of WHO. So if you see this is the 10 leading of causes on 2019. Of course, not COVID was not there at the time. So based on the WHO statistics, these are the 10 causes of death on 2009. Because of 2020 we have COVID, then COVID become one of the important leading cause of death. So now COVID is ranked number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of leading causes of death globally. Yeah, I'm talking about globally. Regarding diagnosis of COVID, I think all of us already know that based on WHO recommendation, it was PCR firstly used as a diagnostic tools for COVID, and then on September 2020, besides PCR, WHO added antigen detection. So as of now, there are only 2 modes of diagnosis that approved by WHO, that is PCR and antigen detection. Of course, there are a lot of new diagnostic in development, people trying to find another way of diagnose COVID besides PCR and antigen. But as of now, only these two are widely used globally, as well as in the country of Indonesia. That is about diagnosis. Now about the treatment. WHO periodically publish their therapeutic and COVID-19 development guideline, and the latest one was 24th of September. I will show you some of the medicine mentioned in this therapeutic, but at this guideline there are no real antiviral medicine that can kill the viral itself. Of course, all of us know on the 1st of October, the Merck company saying that they have a drug that can inhibit the COVID-19 virus, molnupiravir, but as of now, we are still using this guideline. As you see here, even President Joe Biden, when he just appointed as a president, saying that they create $3 billion to find a new COVID antiviral, and hopefully it will be orally. So we will see later on if there are new drugs. A situation might be different, but as of now, as I mentioned on the guideline, these are the medicine that used for treating the situation of COVID, which are not killing the viral itself. The new recommendation is about these two medicine. This is a neutralizing monoclonal antibody, casirivimab and indevimab, and then before that there is an IL-6 receptor blocker. So using for severe or critical COVID-19, again, not really killing the medicine, but the impact of the disease. And then recommendation not to use ivermectin except for the clinical trial. And this is the recommendation against using hydroxychloroquine. As you remember, hydroxychloroquine was used last year, but then there is a recommendation by the WHO saying there is no proof that hydroxychloroquine will work, and also strong recommendation against lopinavir and ritonavir, and then conditional recommendation against remdesivir as well. But there is a strong recommendation to use a systemic corticosteroid. Of course, in this guideline, there are 3 disease severity: non-severe, severe, and critical. Basically, critical is the ARDS, so acute respiratory distress syndrome. The severe one is the pneumonia, which some of it might go to ICU. And if it is not severe and not critical, then it is a non-severe one. That is about the diagnosis and then treatment. Now about the vaccine. I just put this slide just to show you that almost all of the vaccine that we use now are under emergency approval. If it is emergency approval by WHO, it mentioned as emergency use of listing. It is approval if it is approval by Food and Drug Administration, or in Indonesia it's Badan POM, it is emergency use of authorization. So emergency use of listing is by WHO, and emergency use of authorization is by local or national Food and Drug Administration. So emergency use of listing is different with pre-qualification. This is in emergency situation like COVID. So the situation will still under control, but if it is PQ, is kind of a real, not I should not say a real situation, but emergency is also situation that we use now. As of today, there are 7 vaccines already received emergency use of listing by WHO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you go to WHO website, you can see update of the landscape of novel coronavirus candidate vaccine every week. They renew it every week. The latest data was on October 12, 2021. So as of October 12, 2021, there is 194 vaccine in preclinical development. So it's still in animal laboratory, and 126 are already in clinical development. It could be phase 1, it could be phase 2, it could be phase 3. But anyway, so this is the latest data that we have. 126 already in clinical development and 194 in preclinical laboratory. And you may also know that there are several platforms, or even if you make it easier, how to make a vaccine. These are some platforms using by several manufacturer country in the world to make this vaccine candidate. And for the 126 vaccine candidates who are now in clinical trial, most of it using the protein subunit platform. Some are using viral vector non-replicating. Some use DNA. Some use inactivated, like the Sinovac used in Indonesia. Some use RNA, like the Pfizer and Moderna. Some use viral vector, etc. So these are the kind of distribution of which platform used by several manufacturers of this 126. Of course, what we quite popular now is this kind of vaccine that are available globally, and some are used also in the Indonesia, like AstraZeneca is available here, and then Johnson & Johnson available here, Sinovac also available, Moderna, as well as the new one from Anhui. So these are the vaccines that are now available in some of the country or most of the country out of the total 126 candidate vaccine. All of these are injection 2 times except Johnson or Johnson & Johnson. So basically people trying to find if there is another way that not injection or can be stored at room temperature, like an inhaled one, it would be better, but we do not have it yet. But if we have, it will be good also for the COVID control globally. These are the distribution, I could say. I mean, comparison country by country, what is the vaccine coverage? The dark green is if the vaccine coverage is quite high, and red or orange is the vaccine coverage is still low. So you can see here, like for instance, this is US, this is Australia, when the vaccine coverage is also already very high, as well as here Saudi Arabia is also quite high. Indonesia is somewhere between there, and then we can see later on the data. But anyway, so these are the global situation. But this is the data, I think about 16 October, maybe now is more than this one. But roughly 70% of Indonesia have not received an adequate dose of vaccine. Why I say adequate? Because this vaccine, as I mentioned, should be given twice. So if it is only given 1 time, it's not yet enough. It should be given twice. So about 70% of Indonesia have not received twice, and about 70% of Indonesian elderly, above 60 years old or even above 65 years old like me, we haven't received appropriate dose of vaccination. So we are still a long way to go, in a sense. These are the data as of October 11. High-income countries have administered 32 times more doses per inhabitant compared to low-income countries. Just to show you that high-income countries, they give their vaccine to their people more than compared to low-income countries. These are some other data saying that 25.7% of doses have been administered in low-income countries and low-middle-income countries. So Indonesia is part of the low-middle-income countries. While these two countries represent 51.2% of the world population, but only receive 25.7% of the doses. So the more, about 75 goes to the high-income countries, with the population is only less than this one. These are the what do you call it, of the 17 COVID vaccine now in use globally. AstraZeneca and Pfizer product are used in the greatest number of countries, not greatest number of people, greatest number of countries. For instance, AstraZeneca was used in now used in 177 countries, Pfizer in 147, Moderna in 93, and then Janssen 86, etc. Sinovac is somewhere here, I think. Sinovac used in 49 countries, including Indonesia. So these are the situation, kind of comparison between one brand to the other. So as I mentioned earlier, there is a kind of there's an inequity of vaccine. This inequity, of course, is not good, because if you want to take a pandemic, you have to give a vaccine to everybody. Okay, so that's why WHO on the last UN General Assembly call on the world leader to focus on vaccine equity. WHO also mentioned about pandemic preparedness and SDG on track, but let's talk about vaccine equity only. And the Indonesian President Jokowi also mentioned about the discrimination and politicization of vaccine during the UN General Assembly. So this is a global health issue that should be solved. That's why WHO, there are four international agencies: WHO, UNICEF, Gavi, and SEVI. Then establish the COVAX. COVAX trying to find a way to get vaccine and then distribute it to people globally, because we need vaccine for all. No one is safe until everyone is safe. So that is the important role of COVAX, trying to get vaccine from various sources and then distribute it to so many countries, including Indonesia. This is just to mention that after COVAX receiving vaccine, they will make a list to whom they will give. Before this vaccine given to that particular country, it has to go to independent allocation of validation group or independent allocation of vaccine group, which is I'm one of them. So this there are 12 global experts on this independent allocation of vaccine group. Of course, we represent ourselves, not represent the country. And our job is to validate the list that was given, prepared by WHO, COVAX, WHO, Gavi, UNICEF, whether it is good, it is accountable, it is equitable. So if we say that's good, then it's given to the country. So that is the role of independent allocation vaccine group. The latest issue of vaccine is this one. Based on the meeting of the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunization of WHO on the 4th or 7th October, at least there are two issues that was mentioned regarding the third dose of vaccine. SAIDS recommended that moderately and severe immunocompromised person should offer an additional dose of all WHO EUL, I already mentioned to you the 7 EUL, COVID vaccine as a part of extended primary series. Since this individual, they mean moderately and severe immunocompromised person, are less likely to respond adequately to vaccination. So we can give them a third dose. That is one of the recommendations. The second recommendation for the Sinovac and Sinopharm inactivated vaccine, additional third dose should be offered to person age 60 and above, like me. Okay, so if a person age 60 on and above receive Sinovac and Sinopharm, they should be given, can be offered to receive the third dose. The third dose could be homolog, the same vaccine, and could also be heterolog. But of course, this kind of policy should be implemented in the country after they're maximizing their 2-dose coverage in their population. So this is a kind of a public health consideration that countries should make. The last issue I want to raise here is regarding mutation. You know that mutation is a very big issue as of now. Basically, mutation was already recognized even on February or March 2020, but it's not that taking into consideration. Only on the last, say it's since December, then people are talking about the most impact of the mutation, and there are at least 5 impacts. So the mutation or new variant impact on diagnostic tests, the impact of mutation of new variant to reinfection, the impact of mutation to new variant to the transmissibility, the impact of new variant to the severity, and the impact of new variant to vaccine. We do not have time to discuss all of this one, but these are the 5 issues that people are talking about if there is a new variant or a new impact like Delta and etc. And as of a couple of days ago, these are the situation because it might change every day. So this is the variant of concern. There are four variants of concern: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Sorry. Which all of the evidence is already there for this 5 issue. Not all, but most of the evidence is already there. If the evidence is not so clear, then it goes to the variant of interest. There are several variants of interest, but as of several days ago, only 2 variants of interest only 2 variants live under the variant of interest classification, that is lambda and mu. And the other one are still under variants under monitoring. There are so many variants under monitoring. So this variant under monitoring could go to variant of interest, and if variant of interest could go to variant of concern. Of course, if there is no evidence, and the variant of interest could go then be placed under variant of monitoring, and variant under monitoring could then be placed not under monitoring whatsoever. That is the situation of variant of concern, variant of interest. On the 15th of July, the Emergency Committee of WHO mentioned that there is a strong likelihood for the emergence and global spread of new and possibly more dangerous variant of concern that may be even more challenging to control. This is after Delta. Indonesian President also mentioned the same. After Delta, President Jokowi remind all of us on the potential of might be new variant after Delta. But fortunately or luckily, as of now, it's not yet there. Of course, yesterday we heard about some new variant in UK, but yeah, it's still under discussion, not yet even a variant of concern by WHO. This is the Indonesian situation. Everybody knows this is the first wave on January, February, and goes to the second wave, but it's going down. We are happy that it's down. We do hope that it is still here and not going up. But globally, we know it's already had third wave. The first wave usually by US and Europe. The second wave by India play a role, of course. And then the third wave, but the third wave is not going down. We do hope that the Indonesian situation after the first wave, second wave, and then situation can be, controlled better. This is, I just want to show you the Nikkei index of Indonesia. On July, it was mentioned Indonesia was ranked 114, and then become ranked 92 on August, and on September ranked 54 out of 120 countries. This is Nikkei index, and this is the Bloomberg index. Bloomberg, if Nikkei making an index of 120 countries, Bloomberg making an index of 53 countries. So Indonesia was the rank of 53 of the 53 countries on July, and on August it became 51, and on September it became 49 out of 43 countries. Okay, I don't need this one. So the issue is, you remember that the John Hopkins mentioned that Indonesia is one of the best in the world because Indonesian case drops 58%. But if you go to the website, you can also see that the case fatality ratio, or at least observed case fatality ratio for Indonesia is still high. It's 3%. So it's number 3, the highest in the world. This is September, and I just checked the data several days ago. It's still number 3.4%. So in like Thailand, Malaysia, and Philippines, they are all case fatality ratio about 1%. Even though now the number of cases are increasing, but case fatality rate still high. So Indonesian case fatality ratio is still quite high, 3%. We do hope that after several days it become going down. So here I mentioned, I put an article of please we have to do our effort to reduce the case fatality rate. And of course now we have two main effort to do in Indonesia. One is to try to keep the number of cases low, not going up again. And secondly, hopefully, if the cases is increasing, we really hope that our hospital will not overwhelm like our experience last July and August. So the key of control COVID in Indonesia as well as globally is still is 3. Number 1, social limitation or social distance or social control of public health and social measure. Number 2, test, trace, and treat. And number 3 is vaccination. But we have to do it all. We cannot do a public health and social measure only. We cannot do test and trace only, and we cannot do vaccination only. We have to do it all. This is the best way to control COVID in Indonesia, as well best way to control COVID globally. So 3M or 4M. See, or in English sometimes people call it 3W, wear a mask, wash your hand, and watch the distance, and then test and trace, and also vaccine. So that's what I would like to say. So we have quite an experience in COVID in 2020, and we have to learn from the pandemic. And now we have to control the cases not going up again, and we have to protect our health personnel because they are very important for us, of course. And one of the tools that Indonesia did was the public health and social measure, or in Indonesia they call it PPKM. And the industry 4.0 or 5.0 will be very important in controlling COVID as well as a post-COVID in the coming months and coming year. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thank you for your insight, Professor Chandra, about COVID-19. It's really an excellent presentation. Okay, now we are moving on to the Q&A session. I have two questions here. The first question is come from Siti Nurjana, Prof. The question is, what kind of vaccine is the best for the development country like Indonesia? Thank you. She is asking about the best vaccine, Prof.
Yeah, can you mention the second question as well? Because I only have 4 minutes. I have to moderate another session.
Okay. And then for the second session is from Ahmad Gifari from Graduate School of Environment Study. He wants to ask regarding pandemic and vaccine. As we know that pandemic has been occurred several times and it also ends by itself. And the question is, how is the role of vaccine this time in ending COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay, so number one, which vaccine is the best? All of the vaccine already received the emergency use of listing by WHO, and if it is in the country, it already received emergency use of authorization by the particular country, whether it is Indonesia, Australia, Singapore, whatever. So if already approved by the country itself, so it means, and it is already approved by WHO, that means at least two. One is efficacy is there, and number two, safety is there. So we can use whatever vaccine already approved by emergency of listing by the WHO or emergency use of authorization by the country. That's what for question number one. For question number two, pandemic cannot be controlled only by vaccine. Vaccine, of course, have a very important role. But as I mentioned earlier, at least for this COVID-19, as of now, we have to do the social mobilization, public health social measure. We have to do test, trace, and treat. We have to do the vaccination. If there is a medication later on, we have to use the medication. We have to do. So there are so many complex ways to end the pandemic. It will not only one. Of course, again, vaccine is important. Now we have the vaccine. Please use the vaccine, but we have to perform all of the activity. So the code of do it all is very important here.
Okay, thank you. There's still one more question, sir. Would you mind to answer it? Or
please.
Okay,
I have 2
it
minutes.
is from Apri Rismawan. The question is, why does some vaccine have a minimum age to use? Thank you, sir.
Minimum what? Sorry.
Minimum age. Why does the some
Okay.
vaccine? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. No, because at the very beginning, people thought that this COVID-19 mostly is in adult. So all of the trial was done in adult. Adult 18 and above. Later on, then we know that there is also problem in children. So that's why the trial was given to 12 to 18 years of age, and now even 5 to 11. So you may know that usually it will take so many years to get the vaccine, more than 5 years, 10 years, even 100 years to get the vaccine. But at the COVID, we really need a fast way to get the vaccine. So the trial was done for the healthy adult people. That's what the first one that can use the vaccine is the healthy adult people. Then later on, as the time goes, then vaccine can be used for younger age and then for some comorbid as well.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Probably the closing remark for you to ask the audience about COVID-19. Yeah.
COVID-19 is the biggest pandemic for us. Of course, there was a big pandemic in early 90s, but all of us not yet born. For us, is the biggest pandemic. And you know, there are three things I would like to mention. This is the biggest pandemic. And number two, even though we are all healthy people, we can see that pandemic is not affecting health. It's also or is affecting social, economy, political, etc. That's number 2. And number 3, we can say that now the other side of pandemic is people are more conscious of their health. Of course, we have to taking care of this pandemic, but people understanding, people awareness, and people conscious of their health could be one of the important tools for us, help people how to make our country and the world are healthier in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your insight, sir. And then the answer from Professor Chandra Aditama will be ending of our session. And thank you very much. I also would like to say it once again. We would also want to thank you for the audience who showed the enthusiasm in this international conference. I do really hope that this webinar will bring you to useful knowledge to be implemented later in any scope of your works. With this, I am Desela Anderini and the last station, and I'm giving the spotlight back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Weekend of the presentation sessions. Our event this morning will also end this morning. We, as the Master of Ceremony, apologize if there are word mistakes or shortcomings during the program. But before that, we have a special announcement of Sriwijaya International Conference of Public Health Competition. But first of all, let's watch the video nomination for Top 3 SICPH 2021.
Yes, of course. COVID-19 outbreak is not a job just for health centers and gives workers resources. Yes, of course. COVID-19 outbreak is not a job just for health centers. We are working with expert industries and
Congratulations to all of the winner of Sriwijaya University. So, congratulations for all the winners of SICPH 2021 competition. And we have announcement for the best question and presentation session. First, congratulations to Ahmad Kifari. Second, congratulations to Fatoni. And third, congratulations to Fahri Avanza.
Well, once again, congratulations to all the winners and also the past questions. We as Master of Ceremony apologize if there were mistakes or shortcomings during the program.
Thank you for your attention and participation. I am Faransya Pratama.
And I'm Yayu Setia.
Okay, before we close this session, but first of all, for all the winners of SICPH 2021 competition winners and the best question winners, have to contact the committee on to Miss Jovita Okta Melinda. We as the Master of Ceremony say thank you and goodbye. And see you on the 4th Sriwijaya International Conference of Public Health 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
dibesarkan Bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Indonesia, tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan Bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan Bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup mata. dibuai dibesarkan Bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup dibesarkan Bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup mata. jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup mata, sampai akhir menutup Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap Jaya.